Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, where What If whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. What if, in a moonlit town where gaslight danced with shadows, an old bookshop held secrets that only the night could reveal, and stories that whispered themselves to sleep. So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. If this tale finds you drifting towards sleep's edge, let me know where in the world you're listening. These stories travel far on whispered winds. Give it a like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely like what I do here. The night settles over Millbrook like a well-worn quilt, soft and familiar, drawing the small town into its gentle embrace. Gas lamps flicker along cobblestone streets that have witnessed decades of quiet dramas, their amber glow casting dancing shadows that seem to tell stories of their own. The year is 1887, and the world moves at the pace of horse-drawn carriages and handwritten letters, where time itself feels more generous, more willing to linger in moments that might otherwise slip away. In this tranquil corner of England, where the river Millbrook murmurs its ancient songs beneath stone bridges worn smooth by countless footsteps, stands a bookshop that defies the conventional hours of commerce. Thornfield Books and Curiosities occupies a narrow building squeezed between a milliner's shop and a tea merchant's establishment, its Tudor-style timber framing weathered to a rich mahogany that seems to absorb moonlight and transform it into something warmer, more inviting. The shop's mullioned windows glow with the soft radiance of candles placed throughout the interior, creating pools of golden light that spill onto the street like liquid honey. Above the heavy oak door, a painted sign creaks gently in the evening breeze, its lettering faded but still legible to those who take the time to look. The building itself seems to lean slightly forward, as if curious about the passers-by, its upper floors crowned with a steep slate roof that catches starlight like scattered coins. Inside this sanctuary of stories, Cornelius Weatherby moves with the measured grace of a man who has found his true calling. At 63, he possesses the kind of quiet dignity that comes from a lifetime spent in the company of books, his silver hair catching the candlelight as he tends to his evening ritual, his face lined with the gentle creases of someone who smiles often and worries little, bears the contentment of a soul perfectly matched to its purpose. Cornelius has owned Thornfield Books for 37 years, having inherited it from his predecessor, old Mr. Blackwood, who passed on not just the deed, but also the understanding that this was no ordinary bookshop. The building itself dates back to 1623, its foundations laid during the reign of James I, and over the centuries it has accumulated more than just books. It has gathered stories, whispers, and the gentle ghosts of all the readers who have found solace within its walls. The shop's interior defies the narrow constraints of its exterior, seeming to expand and contract according to some mysterious logic that has little to do with conventional architecture. Tall shelves stretch toward a beamed ceiling lost in shadows, their oak surfaces polished to a warm gleam by generations of careful hands. Books of every size and age populate these shelves, from massive leather-bound folios that require two hands to lift, to slim volumes of poetry that nestle like sleeping birds among their larger companions. The scent that permeates the air is indescribable, yet instantly familiar to anyone who has ever loved books, a complex perfume of aged paper, leather bindings, and that indefinable essence that seems to emanate from stories themselves. It mingles with the waxy sweetness of beeswax candles and the faint aroma of the lavender sachets that Mrs. Weatherby, may she rest in peace, had placed throughout the shop decades ago, and which Cornelius has lovingly maintained. The floorboards beneath Cornelius's feet tell their own story through their gentle creaks and sighs. Made of English oak and worn smooth by countless visitors, they possess their own geography of worn paths that map the most beloved sections of the shop. The boards near the poetry section sing a slightly higher note, while those before the travel narratives emit a deeper, more resonant tone, as if they too have absorbed something of the adventures they've witnessed being discovered. As midnight approaches, Cornelius begins his nightly ritual of dusting and organising, though he performs these tasks with the unhurried devotion of a monk tending to prayer beads. His feather duster, crafted from genuine ostrich plumes and inherited along with the shop, moves with practised efficiency across spines that bear the names of authors both famous and forgotten. Dickens nestles companionably beside an obscure Victorian novelist whose romantic adventures once set hearts aflutter in drawing rooms across the empire. Shakespeare's complete works, bound in midnight blue Morocco leather, holds court among the classics, while nearby a collection of ghost stories seems to shimmer slightly in the candlelight, as if the tales within are eager to escape their paper prisons. The late 19th century has brought unprecedented changes to England and the world beyond. The Industrial Revolution has transformed cities into sprawling monuments to progress and prosperity, while the expanding railway network has shrunk distances that once seemed insurmountable. Telegraph wires carry messages across continents in minutes rather than months, and electric lighting has begun to challenge the ancient sovereignty of gas flames and candles. Yet here in Millbrook, change arrives more gently, like a well-mannered guest who knows better than to disturb the peace. This is an era when reading aloud remains a cherished family tradition, when the arrival of a new novel by a favourite author constitutes genuine neighbourhood news, and when the local bookshop serves as an informal community centre where ideas are exchanged as readily as coins. The Victorian appetite for knowledge is insatiable. They devour scientific treatises and exploration narratives with the same enthusiasm they bring to sensation novels and improving literature. Books are treasured possessions, often purchased with carefully saved coins and read, until their pages grow soft with handling. Cornelius understands his role in this ecosystem of knowledge and imagination. He is not merely a shopkeeper, but a curator of dreams, a matchmaker who knows instinctively which book will speak to which reader. His memory for his customers' preferences is legendary throughout Millbrook. Mrs. Patterson, the vicar's wife, favours moral tales with happy endings and beautiful descriptions of nature. Young Master Timothy, the solicitor's son, devours adventure stories and has recently developed a passion for anything involving archaeological discoveries. Miss Hermione Blackthorne, who teaches at the local academy for young ladies, prefers philosophical works and has surprised more than one visitor with her extensive knowledge of contemporary scientific theories. But it is during these midnight hours that Cornelius feels most connected to the true magic of his calling. As he moves through the shop, dustcloth in hand, he often pauses to open a book at random, reading a passage aloud to the listening darkness. Tonight his fingers find a volume of Wordsworth, and his voice, soft but resonant, carries the poet's words into the candlelit stillness. The world is too much with us. Late and soon, getting and spending, we lay waste our powers. The words seem to take on physical weight in the quiet air, settling like benedictions among the shelves. Cornelius has long believed that books possess a kind of consciousness, that stories yearn to be told and retold, and that his midnight readings help to keep them alive during the lonely hours when no other human voices disturb their rest. As he continues his gentle ministrations, moving from section to section with the measured pace of a liturgical procession, the sounds of his activity create their own soothing rhythm. The soft whisper of the feather duster across leather spines, the gentle thud of a book being repositioned, the subtle creak of floorboards beneath his feet, all combine into a lullaby that seems to emanate from the very soul of the building. The shop's layout reflects both practicality and a deeper understanding of how stories relate to one another. The front windows display new arrivals and seasonal favourites, arranged with an artist's eye for colour and composition. Behind these, the main floor opens into several distinct areas that flow naturally from one to another. The literature section occupies the eastern wall, where morning sunlight first enters to illuminate the great works of English letters. History and biography claim the western wall, their weighty tomes seeming to anchor the shop against the passage of time. A narrow spiral staircase, its iron railings wrought in the shape of climbing vines, leads to the upper floor where more specialised volumes reside. Here, in rooms that feel almost like private studies, One can find rare editions, manuscripts and books on subjects that appeal to more particular tastes. The astronomy section occupies a corner room with a small window that frames the night sky perfectly, while the natural philosophy collection basks in the southern exposure that provides the best light for detailed illustrations. The basement, accessible through a door behind the main counter, houses the shop's overflow and serves as Cornelius's private retreat. Here, surrounded by towers of books awaiting cataloguing and shelving, he maintains his correspondence with other booksellers, publishers, and the network of collectors and scholars who help him locate rare volumes for particularly discerning customers. But it is the ground floor that truly embodies the soul of Thornfield Books. In the centre of the main room sits a large oak table, its surface polished to a mirror shine and scattered with the tools of the bookseller's trade: magnifying glasses for examining fine print, cotton gloves for handling delicate pages, and a brass letter opener that once belonged to a minor poet of the Romantic movement. Comfortable chairs upholstered in deep green leather invite browsing customers to settle in and sample their potential purchases. A small fireplace, currently dark but ready to provide warmth when autumn deepens into winter, features a mantelpiece lined with curiosities that Cornelius has collected over the years: a fossilised ammonite, a piece of Roman pottery found in a nearby field, and a small bronze Buddha that a travelling merchant traded for a copy of Marco Polo's Adventures. The gas lighting system, installed just 5 years ago when the town council finally agreed to bring this modern convenience to Millbrook's commercial district, provides reliable illumination during business hours. But Cornelius prefers candles for his evening work, finding their softer light more conducive to contemplation and more respectful of the aged book's dignity. The candles themselves are special: beeswax tapers he orders from a monastery in Devon, where the monks have perfected their craft over centuries. They burn cleanly and slowly, their warm glow creating perfect reading conditions, while their gentle fragrance adds another layer to the shop's complex aromatic symphony. As the town clock strikes midnight, its bronze voice echoing through the empty streets, Cornelius pauses in his dusting to appreciate the particular quality of silence that settles over Millbrook at this hour. It is not the absolute silence of remote countryside, but rather the peaceful quiet of a community at rest, punctuated by the distant sound of the night watchman's footsteps on cobblestones and the occasional soft whinny from the stable behind the coaching inn. This is the England of Victoria's golden years, when the empire spans the globe and British confidence reaches its zenith. Yet it is also an England where ancient traditions still hold sway in places like Millbrook. The town exists in a gentle bubble of continuity, where change arrives slowly and is absorbed gradually into the existing fabric of daily life. The railway reached Millbrook only 15 years ago, and while it has brought convenience and connectivity, it has not disturbed the essential rhythm of a community that measures time by seasons rather than schedules. Cornelius appreciates this measured pace, finding in it a harmony that matches his own temperament and the needs of his unique establishment. Books, after all, cannot be rushed. They must be approached with patience, handled with care, and given the time necessary to reveal their treasures. In a world increasingly obsessed with speed and efficiency, Thornfield Books offers an alternative, a place where time moves at the pace of turning pages, and the consideration of ideas requires no hurry. The social dynamics of Victorian England play out in miniature within the shop's walls, but here the rigid hierarchies that govern the larger world soften into something more democratic. Books are great levellers, and Cornelius has observed that a genuine love of reading can bridge gaps that society otherwise deems unbridgeable. He has seen the local blacksmith engage in spirited discussion with the mayor's wife over a novel they have both enjoyed, and he has watched young servants discover in poetry the words they lack to express their own dreams and disappointments. Yet he is not naive about the realities of his world. The Thornfield Books of 1887 exists within a society where literacy is still not universal, where books remain luxury items for many families, and where the freedom to spend time reading is itself a privilege. The working classes who fill the factories and mills of the industrial cities have little leisure for literature, while in the countryside long hours of agricultural labour leave scant energy for anything beyond the most practical of reading materials. But Millbrook occupies a fortunate middle ground, prosperous enough to support a substantial merchant class and professional community, yet small enough to maintain the personal connections that make a specialised bookshop viable. It provides the perfect environment for Cornelius's particular form of cultural stewardship. His customers include the local gentry, professional men and their families, progressive shopkeepers who value education, and the growing number of educated women who have become some of literature's most passionate advocates. The women in particular represent one of the most significant changes in reading culture during Cornelius's tenure as proprietor. When he first inherited the shop, female customers typically confined themselves to novels and improving works deemed suitable for their delicate sensibilities. But the intervening decades have seen a remarkable expansion in women's intellectual ambitions and reading habits. They now purchase books on natural science, history and philosophy with as much confidence as they once reserved for domestic management guides and romantic fiction. Miss Blackthorne, the academy teacher, exemplifies this evolution. A woman of perhaps 35 with intelligent grey eyes and prematurely silver hair that she wears in a simple but elegant chignon. She regularly engages Cornelius in discussions that range from Darwin's theories to the latest archaeological discoveries in Egypt. She subscribes to several learned journals and has been known to correspond with scholars at Cambridge on points of mutual interest. Yet she navigates these intellectual pursuits while maintaining the discretion that her position in society requires, a balance that Cornelius admires and subtly supports through his careful recommendations and his willingness to special order books that might raise eyebrows if purchased through more conventional channels. As he continues his midnight ministrations, Cornelius reflects on the curious alchemy that transforms a collection of books into a true bookshop. It is not simply a matter of acquisition and arrangement, though both require considerable skill and judgment. Rather, it involves creating an atmosphere where stories can breathe, where the accumulated wisdom and imagination of centuries can exert their subtle influence on contemporary lives, and where the ancient human hunger for narrative can find satisfaction in forms both familiar and surprising. The process begins with the careful selection of inventory. Cornelius maintains relationships with publishers in London, Edinburgh and Dublin, ensuring that Thornfield Books receives the latest offerings from established and emerging authors. But he also haunts estate sales, church bazaars and the libraries of deceased collectors, searching for volumes that possess particular character or historical significance. Some of his most treasured acquisitions have come from these secondary sources: first editions of forgotten poets, scientific treatises that changed the course of human understanding, and novels that captured the spirit of their age with such precision that they continue to illuminate the present. Each book must earn its place on the shelves through some combination of literary merit, historical importance, local interest, or simple charm. Cornelius has developed an almost mystical ability to sense which volumes will find their intended readers and which will languish indefinitely in patient obscurity. He trusts these instincts completely, occasionally purchasing books that have no obvious commercial appeal, but that seem to radiate some indefinable quality that suggests their time will come. The physical arrangement of the collection requires equal care and intuition. Related subjects must be grouped logically, but not so rigidly that unexpected connections cannot emerge. Poetry sits near philosophy because both deal with the deepest questions of human existence, while travel narratives neighbour history because each illuminates the other. The children's section occupies a corner near the front window, where natural light provides ideal reading conditions and where young visitors can be easily supervised by browsing parents. But beyond these practical considerations lies something more subtle: the creation of what Cornelius thinks of as the shop's personality. This emerges from countless small decisions about lighting, furnishing, and decoration, but also from less tangible factors like the rhythm of daily routines, the nature of conversations with customers, and the accumulated spiritual residue of all the reading and thinking that has taken place within these walls. As the candles burn lower and their warm light takes on a mellower quality, Cornelius finds himself drawn to the poetry section, where he pauses to straighten a volume that has shifted slightly during the day's browsing. The book in question is a collection of sonnets by a contemporary author whose work has not yet achieved wide recognition, but whose verses possess a crystalline clarity that speaks directly to the heart. Cornelius opens to a random page and reads silently, letting the carefully crafted language work its quiet magic in the midnight stillness. The poet writes of love and loss, of the changing seasons and the eternal human struggle to find meaning in a universe that often seems indifferent to our deepest needs. Yet there is nothing despairing in these verses. Rather, they offer the comfort of shared experience, the consolation that comes from knowing that others have faced similar challenges and found words to express what often feels inexpressible. This, Cornelius believes, is the true value of literature, not merely entertainment or instruction, though both have their place, but the profound reassurance that we are not alone in our humanity. Every book on his shelves represents someone's attempt to reach across the void of individual consciousness and establish connection with other minds and hearts. The successful completion of this connection, which occurs whenever a reader finds genuine meaning in an author's words, constitutes one of civilization's most remarkable achievements. The midnight hour deepens, and with it comes a quality of silence that seems almost sacred. The sounds of Cornelius's gentle activity, the whisper of pages being turned, the soft thud of books being reshelved, the barely audible creak of leather binding settling into position, create a rhythm that feels both purposeful and meditative. He moves through his domain with the unself-conscious grace of a man who has found his perfect element, each gesture informed by decades of experience and genuine love for his work. The candles cast dancing shadows on the walls, creating the illusion that the books themselves are moving slightly, as if the stories within are stirring in their sleep. The effect is not frightening, but rather comforting, suggesting a kind of benevolent life force that inhabits all places where human imagination has been given free rein. The shop feels alive in the best possible sense, filled with the accumulated energy of all the minds that have engaged with the ideas housed within its walls. In the distance, the river Millbrook continues its ancient conversation with the stone bridges and mill wheels that have shaped its course for centuries. The water's voice, barely audible through the shop's thick walls, provides a subtle bass note to the symphony of small sounds that accompanies Cornelius's nighttime routine. It serves as a reminder of the natural world that surrounds and supports the human constructions of literature and learning, the eternal cycle of seasons and tides that provides the backdrop against which all human stories unfold. The town itself sleeps peacefully around the bookshop, its residents safely ensconced in their beds, perhaps dreaming of the stories they have read or the books they plan to purchase tomorrow. In the houses that line Millbrook's quiet streets, oil lamps burn low beside bedroom mirrors, while in the grander residences on the hill overlooking the town, gas fixtures cast steady light on nightstands stacked with the latest novels and periodicals. This is a community that values reading not as mere pastime but as essential nourishment for the human spirit. The literary societies that meet monthly in the assembly rooms above the town hall generate discussions that continue in parlours and shops throughout the following weeks. The circulating library, housed in a room behind the post office, maintains a waiting list for popular titles, while the newer books at Thornfield satisfy the appetites of those who prefer to own rather than borrow their reading material. Cornelius has witnessed the evolution of reading habits over his decades as proprietor, noting shifts in taste and interest that reflect broader cultural changes. The sensation novels that dominated popular fiction during the 1860s have given way to more realistic treatments of social issues, while the growing influence of scientific thinking has created demand for works that attempt to reconcile traditional religious beliefs with new understanding of natural processes. The customers who frequent Thornfield Books represent a cross-section of educated Victorian society, each bringing their own particular needs and interests to their literary explorations. Dr. Russon, the town's physician, maintains a professional interest in medical texts, but relaxes with historical biographies and occasionally indulges his secret passion for Gothic novels. Mrs. Pemberton, whose husband owns the largest dry goods establishment in town, has developed sophisticated taste in contemporary fiction and serves as an informal literary critic for her circle of friends. Poor young Mr. Hartwell, recently returned from university with a degree in classics, seeks translations of ancient texts that will help him maintain his scholarly connections while establishing himself in his father's law practice. The Mrs. Woolworth, elderly spinster sisters who inherited a comfortable competence from their merchant father, share a cottage on Elm Street and a passion for travel narratives that allows them to explore vicariously the exotic destinations their circumstances prevent them from visiting in person. each of these regular customers has contributed to the unique atmosphere of Thornfield Books through their conversations with Cornelius, their recommendations to friends, and their own particular ways of interacting with the books themselves. Some are browsers who can spend hours examining various options before making a selection, while others arrive with specific titles in mind and make their purchases efficiently. A few prefer to have books set aside for their consideration, creating small personal reserves that Cornelius maintains with meticulous care. But beyond these individual relationships lies the broader community of readers that extends far beyond Millbrook's boundaries. Through his correspondence with other booksellers and his connections with publishers, Cornelius participates in a network of literary commerce and intellectual exchange that spans the British Isles and reaches into the far corners of the empire. Orders arrive by post from customers in distant cities who have heard of his reputation for locating rare or unusual titles, while he in turn relies on colleagues in London and Edinburgh to help him satisfy local requests for specialised volumes. This sense of connection to a larger literary culture enriches the daily operations of the shop and provides Cornelius with the satisfaction of knowing that his work contributes to something greater than mere local commerce. He sees himself as a guardian of civilization's accumulated wisdom, a custodian responsible for ensuring that important books find their way to readers who will appreciate and benefit from them. As the candles burn steadily lower, casting ever more intimate circles of light in the surrounding darkness, Cornelius continues his unhurried progress through the shop. He pauses at a display of recent acquisitions, adjusting the arrangement to better showcase a particularly handsome edition of Tennyson's poems, its green Morocco binding tooled with gold in patterns that suggest both classical elegance and contemporary sophistication. The book falls open in his hands to The Lady of Shalott, and he finds himself reading the familiar verses with renewed appreciation for their musical language and haunting imagery. The poem speaks to the eternal tension between artistic creation and direct experience of life, a theme that resonates deeply with anyone who has chosen to dedicate their existence to the world of books and ideas. In the candlelit quiet of his midnight domain, Cornelius feels the truth of the poet's vision, while simultaneously experiencing the profound contentment that comes from having found one's proper place in the world. He has no regrets about the path that led him to this corner of literary stewardship, no sense that he has missed essential experiences by choosing books over other pursuits. Rather, he understands that through literature he has lived countless lives, travelled to innumerable destinations, and participated in adventures that exceed anything the purely physical world might have offered. The poetry section yields to the novels, where Cornelius encounters the familiar spines of authors who have shaped the reading habits of his generation. Dickens holds court with his vast gallery of memorable characters, from the miserly Scrooge to the optimistic Pickwick, each novel a complete world populated by figures who have achieved a kind of immortality through their creator's genius. Nearby, George Eliot's more psychologically complex creations offer different kinds of truth, their internal struggles and moral development reflecting the Victorian era's deep concern with character and ethical behaviour. The novels of contemporary authors occupy their own section, where books by writers still actively creating compete for attention with established classics. Here one can find the latest offerings from popular novelists, whose new releases generate genuine excitement among Millbrook's reading community, as well as experimental works by younger authors whose reputations have not yet solidified, but whose fresh approaches to narrative and style suggest important developments in the art of fiction. Cornelius takes particular pride in his ability to identify promising new voices before they achieve widespread recognition. His early enthusiasm for several authors who have since become household names has earned him a reputation for literary prescience that draws customers seeking recommendations for their next reading adventure. He maintains detailed notes about his customers' preferences and reading history, allowing him to suggest titles that match both their established tastes and their readiness for new challenges. The process of matching reader to book requires both analytical skill and intuitive understanding of human nature. A customer's stated preferences provide only partial guidance, Equally important are the subtle signs that indicate readiness for different types of literature or interest in expanding beyond familiar genres. The elderly gentleman who has spent years reading military histories might be ready for historical fiction that brings battlefield accounts to life through personal narratives. The young woman who devours romantic novels might appreciate more substantial fiction that treats love and marriage with greater psychological depth. These literary marriages between reader and book constitute one of the most satisfying aspects of Cornelius's work. When a customer returns weeks later to report that a recommended title has provided hours of pleasure or opened new intellectual vistas, he experiences a quiet triumph that no amount of mere commercial success could equal. He has participated in the ancient and essential human activity of storytelling, serving as intermediary between the creative imagination of authors and the receptive minds of readers. As he moves through the midnight shop, tending to his literary charges with the devotion of a gardener caring for prized plants, Cornelius reflects on the changes he has witnessed in the book trade during his decades as proprietor. The mechanization of printing has made books more affordable and widely available, while improvements in transportation have accelerated the distribution of new titles throughout the country. The growth of literacy has expanded the potential market for all types of literature, creating opportunities for authors and booksellers that would have been inconceivable in earlier generations. The novels of contemporary authors occupy their own section, where books by writers still actively creating compete for attention with established classics. Here one can find the latest offerings from popular novelists, whose new releases generate genuine excitement among Millbrook's reading community, as well as experimental works by younger authors whose reputations have not yet solidified but whose fresh approaches to narrative and style suggest important developments in the art of fiction. Cornelius takes particular pride in his ability to identify promising new voices before they achieve widespread recognition. His early enthusiasm for several authors who have since become household names has earned him a reputation for literary prescience that draws customers seeking recommendations for their next reading adventure. He maintains detailed notes about his customers' preferences and reading history, allowing him to suggest titles that match both their established tastes and their readiness for new challenges. The process of matching reader to book requires both analytical skill and intuitive understanding of human nature. A customer's stated preferences provide only partial guidance. Equally important are the subtle signs that indicate readiness for different types of literature or interest in expanding beyond familiar genres. The elderly gentleman who has spent years reading military histories might be ready for historical fiction that brings battlefield accounts to life through personal narratives. The young woman who devours romantic novels might appreciate more substantial fiction that treats love and marriage with greater psychological depth. These literary marriages between reader and book constitute one of the most satisfying aspects of Cornelius's work. When a customer returns weeks later to report that a recommended title has provided hours of pleasure or opened new intellectual vistas, he experiences a quiet triumph that no amount of mere commercial success could equal. He has participated in the ancient and essential human activity of storytelling, serving as intermediary between the creative imagination of authors and the receptive minds of readers. As he moves through the midnight shop, tending to his literary charges with the devotion of a gardener caring for prized plants, Cornelius reflects on the changes he has witnessed in the book trade during his decades as proprietor. The mechanization of printing has made books more affordable and widely available, while improvements in transportation have accelerated the distribution of new titles throughout the country. The growth of literacy has expanded the potential market for all types of literature, creating opportunities for authors and booksellers that would have been inconceivable in earlier generations. Yet these positive developments have been accompanied by challenges that require careful navigation. The democratization of reading has led to demand for sensational and ephemeral works that provide immediate gratification but little lasting value. The pressure for rapid publication sometimes results in books that would benefit from more careful editing and revision. The increasing pace of contemporary life leaves some readers with diminished attention spans and reduced appetite for the more demanding, but ultimately more rewarding forms of literature. Cornelius has responded to these challenges by maintaining his commitment to quality while remaining responsive to legitimate changes in reading habits and preferences. He stocks popular novels and periodicals that satisfy the hunger for current entertainment, but he also ensures that classics and more substantial contemporary works remain prominently displayed and actively promoted. His recommendations steer customers toward books that will provide both immediate pleasure and lasting enrichment, gradually elevating their literary taste without making them feel patronized or manipulated. The shop's reputation for reliable quality and thoughtful service has created a loyal customer base that provides stability in an increasingly competitive marketplace. Regular patrons know they can depend on Cornelius for honest assessments of new releases, informed guidance about unfamiliar authors, and patient assistance in locating specific titles or subjects. This relationship of trust, built over years of consistent service, represents the bookshop's most valuable asset and its best protection against the commercial pressures that threaten to reduce all literature to mere commodity. As the night deepens and the candles create ever more intimate pools of light in the surrounding darkness, the bookshop takes on an almost mystical quality. The thousands of volumes that line the walls seem to pulse with accumulated life force, as if the thoughts and emotions of countless authors and readers have impregnated the very air with creative energy. The building itself, with its centuries of continuous use as a place of learning and reflection, seems to have absorbed something essential from all the human consciousness that has found expression within its walls. Cornelius moves through this charged atmosphere with reverent appreciation, understanding that he serves as current caretaker of something far larger and more significant than any individual enterprise. The bookshop represents one link in an unbroken chain of cultural transmission that stretches back to the earliest human attempts to preserve and share knowledge through written language. Every book on his shelves connects contemporary readers to the accumulated wisdom and imagination of their predecessors, while every act of reading constitutes a small but meaningful contribution to the ongoing human conversation about existence, meaning, and possibility. The midnight ritual of dusting and organizing serves purposes beyond mere maintenance. It provides Cornelius with regular opportunities for intimate contact with his collection, moments when he can appreciate individual volumes as both physical objects and repositories of human creativity. A book's weight in his hands, the texture of its binding, the quality of its paper and typography, all contribute to the reading experience in ways that are difficult to quantify but impossible to ignore. The craftsmanship evident in the finest volumes reflects the Victorian era's commitment to quality in all aspects of production. Publishers take pride in creating books that are beautiful as well as intellectually stimulating, employing skilled typesetters, illustrators, and bookbinders whose work transforms mere text into objects worthy of treasuring. The leather bindings, hand-marbled end papers, and gilt decorations that adorn the most elegant editions represent investments in aesthetic values that assume readers will appreciate and preserve beautiful books across generations. This attention to physical beauty serves practical as well as aesthetic purposes. Well-made books survive the repeated handling that comes with frequent reading, while beautiful books inspire the careful treatment that ensures their longevity. The most treasured volumes in private libraries become family heirlooms, passed down from parent to child, along with the love of reading that originally motivated their acquisition. Cornelius has observed this process countless times in his relationships with customer families. Books purchased by one generation for immediate enjoyment often resurface years later in the hands of children or grandchildren who have inherited both the volumes and the reading habits that make them meaningful. The shop's records include numerous instances of customers seeking to complete sets that were begun by deceased relatives, or searching for childhood favourites that they wish to share with their own offspring. These intergenerational connections to particular books and authors represent one of literature's most profound gifts to human culture. Unlike other forms of entertainment that depend on contemporary technology or social conditions, books retain their power to enlighten and delight across centuries and changes of circumstance. The same novel that captivated readers during the Regency period can provide equal pleasure to Victorian audiences. while classical texts continue to speak directly to contemporary concerns, despite having been written millennia ago. As Cornelius reaches the final sections of his nightly rounds, passing through areas devoted to philosophy, religion, and the natural sciences, he reflects on the remarkable expansion of human knowledge that has characterized his lifetime. The 19th century has witnessed unprecedented advances in understanding of natural processes, historical development, and social organization. These discoveries have been recorded in books that attempt to make specialized knowledge accessible to general readers, creating new categories of literature that blend scientific accuracy with narrative appeal. The travel and exploration sections reflect another characteristic enthusiasm of the Victorian age. The expansion of the British Empire has opened previously unknown regions to systematic exploration, while improvements in transportation have made distant destinations accessible to adventurous civilians as well as official expeditions. The resulting literature of travel and discovery satisfies both practical curiosity about unfamiliar places and romantic fascination with exotic cultures and landscapes. These books serve multiple functions in the lives of Millbrook's readers. For the few who have travelled extensively, they provide opportunities to revisit favourite destinations or compare their own experiences with those of other observers. For the many who are unlikely ever to journey beyond England's shores, they offer vicarious adventures that expand mental horizons while satisfying wanderlust from the safety and comfort of home. For students and scholars, they supply essential information about geography, ethnography, and natural history that informs other areas of study. The shop's collection of travel literature reflects Cornelius's commitment to providing both popular entertainment and serious documentation. Sensational accounts of exotic adventures share shelf space with careful, scientific observations and detailed cultural studies. Adventure narratives that emphasize danger and romance complement more analytical works that examine the social and economic implications of imperial expansion. This diversity ensures that customers with different interests and levels of sophistication can find travel literature suited to their particular needs and preferences. As the candles burn lower and their light takes on an even mellower quality, the bookshop settles into the deepest quiet of the night. The sounds of Cornelius's activity have become so rhythmic and predictable that they seem to merge with the building's own subtle breathing, the barely perceptible expansion and contraction that occurs in all wooden structures as temperature and humidity fluctuate with the passage of hours. The River Millbrook continues its eternal conversation with the landscape, its voice now so soft as to be felt rather than heard, a gentle vibration that passes through the earth and into the bookshop's foundation. The town sleeps soundly around this sanctuary of stories, its residents perhaps dreaming of adventures and romances encountered in their reading, their unconscious minds processing and integrating the ideas and images that books have planted in their imagination. In houses throughout Millbrook, bedside tables hold volumes that await tomorrow's reading, their bookmarks saving places in narratives that will resume with the morning light. Some readers have fallen asleep with books still open in their hands, their dreams flavoured by whatever story last captured their attention before consciousness faded. Others have carefully closed their volumes and set them aside, but the characters and ideas they contain continue to work subtle influences on the sleeping mind. This nocturnal pause in the community's reading life parallels the quiet activity in Thornfield Books, where Cornelius continues his gentle ministrations to the collected literature that will soon resume its active role in local intellectual and imaginative life. His midnight tending serves as a bridge between one day's reading and the next, ensuring that tomorrow's customers will find everything perfectly arranged for their browsing and selection. The relationship between bookseller and community extends far beyond mere commercial transaction. In a town like Millbrook, where personal relationships remain central to all forms of business and social interaction, the bookshop serves as an informal cultural centre where ideas are exchanged, recommendations are offered and received, and reading experiences are shared and discussed. Cornelius participates in this ongoing conversation not only through his direct interactions with customers, but also through his careful curation of the shop's collection and his thoughtful arrangement of displays that introduce readers to new possibilities. The window displays, changed monthly to reflect seasonal interest or highlight particular themes, serve as the shop's public face and first introduction to browsers who might not otherwise venture inside. Cornelius approaches these arrangements with an artist's eye for composition and a merchant's understanding of what attracts attention and generates interest. A display focused on spring gardening might combine practical handbooks with poetic celebrations of natural beauty, while a Christmas arrangement might feature gift books bound in festive colours, alongside collections of ghost stories that have become traditional seasonal entertainment. These displays require constant refreshment and adjustment, not only to maintain visual appeal, but also to reflect the evolving interests and needs of the reading community. Cornelius monitors local events and seasonal patterns that influence reading habits, adjusting his selections to anticipate demand rather than merely respond to it. The arrival of a travelling lecturer on archaeological discoveries might prompt a display of books about ancient civilizations, while news of political developments in distant colonies could generate interest in books about imperial history and foreign cultures. The success of these displays depends partly on Cornelius's intimate knowledge of his customers' reading patterns, and partly on his intuitive understanding of broader cultural currents that shape literary tastes. He reads reviews in London periodicals, maintains correspondence with publishers and other booksellers, and pays attention to conversations overheard in the shop to stay informed about emerging trends and developing interests. But beyond these practical considerations lies his genuine enthusiasm for the books themselves and his desire to share discoveries that have given him personal pleasure or insight. When he encounters a volume that particularly appeals to him, whether it is a newly published novel or a rediscovered classic, he finds ways to bring it to customers' attention through strategic placement, enthusiastic recommendation, or inclusion in themed displays. As he completes his circuit of the main floor and begins to ascend the narrow spiral staircase to the upper level, Cornelius carries with him a sense of satisfaction that comes from work well done and purpose clearly fulfilled. The main floor now gleams in the candlelight, every volume in its proper place, every surface free of the day's accumulation of dust and fingerprints. The shop stands ready for tomorrow's customers, its treasures arranged with the care of a museum curator and the accessibility of a friend's personal library. The upper floor presents a different atmosphere, more intimate and specialised, where serious collectors and scholars pursue particular interests that require deeper investigation than casual browsing can provide. Here, in rooms that feel like private studies in a gentleman's library, the most valuable and unusual volumes await readers whose appreciation matches their rarity and significance. The astronomy section occupies the northeast corner room, where a carefully positioned window provides perfect views of the night sky during clear weather. Cornelius has arranged this collection to support both practical observation and theoretical study, combining star charts and navigation guides with philosophical treatises on humanity's place in the cosmic order. A small telescope, acquired from the estate of a deceased amateur astronomer, stands ready to transform window observations into genuine scientific activity. The books in this section reflect the Victorian era's passionate interest in scientific discovery and its attempts to reconcile new understanding with traditional beliefs about divine creation and human purpose. Works by professional astronomers share shelf space with more speculative volumes that explore the philosophical implications of an expanding universe, while practical guides for amateur observers enable readers to participate directly in the excitement of discovery. The Natural Philosophy collection, housed in the adjoining room, continues this theme of scientific exploration, while focusing more specifically on earthbound phenomena. Here one can find Darwin's revolutionary works alongside more traditional natural histories, creating opportunities for readers to compare different approaches to understanding organic development and species relationships. The controversy surrounding evolutionary theory has generated enormous interest in these topics, making this section one of the most frequently consulted areas of the specialised collection. Cornelius has observed that his customers approach these controversial scientific works with varying degrees of acceptance and scepticism, but few remain indifferent to ideas that challenge fundamental assumptions about human nature and divine purpose. The books generate discussions that continue long after their purchase, as readers attempt to integrate new scientific understanding with existing religious and philosophical beliefs. The rare books collection, secured in a locked cabinet with glass doors, represents the crown jewel of Thornfield Books holdings. These volumes, accumulated over decades through careful purchasing at estate sales and specialised auctions, include first editions of important works, manuscripts of historical significance, and books with unique provenance that connects them to notable previous owners. Among the treasures in this collection is a first edition of Newton's Principia, its Latin text a monument to human intellectual achievement that continues to shape scientific understanding more than 2 centuries after its publication. Nearby, a manuscript collection of poems by a minor Romantic writer provides insight into the creative process through its corrections, revisions, and marginal notes. A leather-bound journal kept by a ship's surgeon during Captain Cook's second voyage offers first-hand observations of Pacific cultures and natural phenomena that have since been transformed by European contact. These rare volumes serve multiple purposes in the bookshop's ecosystem. They attract serious collectors and scholars whose purchases help support the acquisition of more generally accessible books, while their presence elevates the shop's reputation and demonstrates Cornelius's commitment to preserving important cultural artifacts. Occasionally, they provide research material for local historians or visiting scholars whose work contributes to the broader understanding of regional and national history. But perhaps most importantly, they serve as tangible connections to the past, physical links to the minds and hands of previous generations whose thoughts and experiences continue to influence contemporary life. When Cornelius handles these ancient volumes, feeling the texture of paper made from rags and examining typography created by hand-set type, he experiences direct connection to the craftsmen and thinkers who originally brought these books into existence. The medieval manuscripts, though fewer in number, provide the most dramatic examples of this connection to the past. Written by monastic scribes whose patient labour preserved classical learning through the Dark Ages, illuminated with miniatures that glow like jewels in the candlelight, these volumes represent thousands of hours of devoted craftsmanship in service of intellectual and spiritual preservation. As Cornelius moves through the upper floor, adjusting arrangements and ensuring that everything remains in perfect order, he reflects on the accumulated weight of human creativity and scholarship that surrounds him. Each book represents not only its author's individual contribution, but also the entire cultural infrastructure that made its creation and preservation possible. The educational systems that produced literate writers and readers, the economic conditions that supported publishing and book selling, the social values that encouraged intellectual exploration and artistic expression. The manuscript section includes several volumes that document local history and provide insight into Millbrook's development from a small agricultural settlement to its current status as a prosperous market town. These records, written by town clerks, church officials, and private citizens over the course of 2 centuries, offer contemporary perspectives on events and personalities that have shaped the community's character. Among these local treasures is a diary kept by the town's first schoolmaster, a Cambridge-educated gentleman who arrived in Millbrook during the 1690s and devoted his life to establishing educational opportunities for local children. His daily entries provide fascinating glimpses into the challenges of bringing learning to a community that had previously relied on purely oral traditions for transmitting knowledge and cultural values. Another significant local manuscript is a collection of letters written by a Millbrook merchant during the Napoleonic Wars, documenting the impact of international conflict on small-town commerce and daily life. These intimate accounts reveal how global events affected individual families and local businesses, providing historical perspective that illuminates contemporary concerns about Britain's expanding international responsibilities. The religious and philosophical sections occupy the south-facing rooms, where afternoon sunlight provides ideal reading conditions for texts that require careful contemplation and analysis. Here, theological treatises from various Christian traditions share space with works exploring other religious and philosophical systems, reflecting the Victorian era's growing awareness of global intellectual diversity. The collection includes standard works of Christian apologetics and biblical commentary, that serve the needs of a local clergy and serious lay students, but it also features more adventurous explorations of comparative religion and ethical philosophy that appeal to readers seeking broader intellectual perspectives. Books about Buddhism, Hinduism, and other Eastern traditions have begun to appear in English translation, offering Victorian readers their first systematic exposure to non-Western approaches to spiritual and philosophical questions. Cornelius has observed that these comparative studies generate considerable interest among his more intellectually curious customers, though they also occasion some controversy among those who view such investigations as potentially threatening to traditional Christian beliefs. He stocks these materials not to promote any particular religious or philosophical position, but rather to serve readers whose genuine scholarly interests extend beyond conventional boundaries. The philosophy section proper includes both classical works that have shaped Western thought for centuries, and contemporary treatises that attempt to address modern questions using traditional methods of rational analysis. The Germans, particularly Kant and his successors, have generated enormous influence on British philosophical development, though their complex systematic approaches require considerable intellectual preparation to appreciate fully. More accessible are the works of British empiricists and utilitarians, whose practical approaches to ethical and political questions speak directly to contemporary concerns about social reform and individual responsibility. These books provide intellectual frameworks for understanding the rapid changes that characterize 19th century life, offering reasoned approaches to problems that pure tradition cannot adequately address. As midnight deepens toward the small hours of morning, the bookshop takes on an even more mystical quality, as if the boundary between the physical and spiritual realms has grown thin in the candlelit darkness. The thousands of books seem to whisper among themselves, sharing stories and ideas across the artificial boundaries of subject classification, creating new combinations and possibilities that exist only in the imagination of the solitary observer. Cornelius pauses in his work to appreciate this sense of living presence that emanates from his collection. He has long believed that books possess a kind of consciousness, that stories and ideas develop independent existence once they have been committed to writing and released into the world. The bookshop serves as a sanctuary where these disembodied minds can gather and interact, creating an intellectual community that transcends the limitations of individual human lifespans. The children's section, located in a cosy alcove near the staircase, represents hope for the future continuation of this literary community. Here, beautifully illustrated fairy tales and adventure stories wait to capture young imaginations and plant the seeds of lifelong reading habits. The books in this section require special care in selection, as they must combine entertainment with appropriate moral instruction, while avoiding content that might disturb young sensibilities or promote undesirable behaviours. Cornelius takes particular pleasure in matching young customers with books that will provide both immediate enjoyment and long-term educational benefit. He maintains detailed knowledge of local children's reading abilities and interests, often consulting with parents and teachers to ensure that his recommendations support rather than conflict with home and school instruction. The most successful children's books combine exciting narratives with clear moral lessons, creating stories that satisfy young readers' hunger for adventure while reinforcing the ethical and social values that will guide their development into responsible adults. The fairy tales, despite their fantastic elements, serve this purpose by dramatizing the consequences of good and evil choices through narratives that remain memorable long after their immediate entertainment value has faded. Recent developments in children's literature have produced more realistic stories that deal with contemporary situations and problems, offering young readers characters and scenarios they can more easily relate to their own experiences. These modern works complement traditional fairy tales and classical mythology, providing a more comprehensive foundation for understanding both timeless human concerns and specific contemporary challenges. The educational books for children reflect the Victorian commitment to systematic instruction and moral development. Primers and readers designed for different skill levels enable progressive advancement through increasingly complex material, while books about geography, history, and natural science introduce young minds to the broader world beyond their immediate experience. but Cornelius understands that successful children's literature must transcend purely pedagogical purposes. The books that create lasting impact are those that capture young imaginations and inspire genuine love of reading, transforming what might otherwise remain dutiful exercise into lifelong passion. He seeks books that achieve this transformation through compelling characters, exciting adventures, and beautiful language that demonstrates rather than merely advocates the pleasures of literary experience. As he completes his survey of the upper floor and prepares to return to the main level, Cornelius reflects on the cyclical nature of his work and its connection to the broader rhythms of human life. Each day brings new customers with fresh needs and interests, while each night provides opportunity for reflection and preparation for the challenges and opportunities that tomorrow will bring. The bookshop exists within multiple timeframes simultaneously. On the immediate level, it responds to daily fluctuations in customer traffic and seasonal variations in reading interests. On a broader scale, it participates in the gradual evolution of literary tastes and cultural values that unfold over years and decades. On the deepest level, it serves as custodian of humanity's accumulated wisdom and imagination, preserving and transmitting cultural treasures that connect contemporary readers to the entire history of human intellectual and artistic achievement. This multiplicity of temporal perspectives provides both challenge and satisfaction for someone in Cornelius's position. He must remain alert to immediate practical concerns, while maintaining awareness of longer-term trends and unchanging human needs. Success requires balancing responsiveness to contemporary interests with commitment to enduring values, satisfying current customers, while building foundations for future generations of readers. The descent to the main floor brings Cornelius back into the heart of his domain, where the central collection awaits final attention before the night's work concludes. The candles have burned considerably lower during his exploration of the upper rooms, creating more intimate pools of light that transform familiar spaces into something approaching the magical. The shop feels alive with possibility, as if the accumulated stories and ideas are preparing for tomorrow's release into active engagement with human consciousness. The main desk, positioned to command a view of the entire ground floor, serves as command center for the complex operations that keep Thornfield Books functioning as both commercial enterprise and cultural institution. Here, Cornelius maintains the records that track inventory, sales, and customer preferences, creating a detailed portrait of local reading habits that informs his purchasing decisions and enables him to provide increasingly sophisticated service to regular patrons. The desk itself, crafted from the same oak that provides the shop's shelving, bears the accumulated marks of decades of use. Ink stains from countless transactions, small burns from carelessly placed candles, and the gentle depressions left by years of writing and record-keeping create a palimpsest that documents the shop's history through physical evidence as well as written records. Among the desk's contents are the order books that connect Thornfield Books to the broader world of publishing and literary commerce. These volumes record requests from customers for specific titles, correspondence with publishers about new releases and special editions, and arrangements with other booksellers for exchanges and special purchases. The entries document not only commercial transactions, but also the complex web of relationships that sustains the book trade and enables small shops like Thornfield to participate in national and international literary culture. The customer records, maintained in a series of leather-bound ledgers, provide intimate portraits of reading habits and preferences that would fascinate future historians interested in Victorian intellectual life. These detailed notations track individual customers' purchases over years and decades, creating profiles that reveal not only personal tastes, but also broader patterns of cultural development and social change. Mrs. Pemberton's record, for example, shows a gradual evolution from exclusive interest in domestic fiction toward increasing engagement with social and political issues, reflecting the expanding intellectual horizons that have characterized educated women's lives during the later Victorian period. Dr. Morrison's purchases reveal a professional's attempt to stay current with medical developments, while maintaining broader cultural interests that prevent professional specialization from becoming intellectual narrowness. These individual reading histories, when considered collectively, provide a detailed portrait of how ideas circulate through a community and influence social development. The books that achieve widespread local popularity often generate discussions that continue for months, shaping opinion and influencing behaviour in ways that extend far beyond their immediate literary impact. Controversial works create divisions that reflect deeper cultural tensions, while universally appreciated books help establish shared values and common cultural references. As Cornelius reviews these records during his midnight routine, he gains insight not only into individual customers' needs, but also into the broader cultural currents that shape community life. This understanding enables him to anticipate demand for particular types of books and to identify emerging interests that might influence future purchasing decisions. The correspondence files contain letters from publishers, other booksellers, authors and customers that document the human relationships underlying the apparently impersonal machinery of literary commerce. Publishers' catalogues and promotional materials reveal the strategies used to create markets for new books, while letters from other booksellers provide insight into regional variations in reading tastes and commercial condition. Particularly treasured are the occasional letters from authors themselves, either in response to Cornelius's orders for their books or in appreciation of his efforts to promote their work among local readers. These direct communications create personal connections that transform abstract literary appreciation into genuine human relationships, reminding him that behind every book stands a living individual whose thoughts and feelings have found expression through the mysterious alchemy of writing. Customer letters, whether requesting specific titles or expressing gratitude for successful recommendations, provide the most immediate satisfaction and the clearest evidence that his work achieves its intended purposes. When a regular patron writes to report that a suggested book has provided unexpected pleasure or opened new intellectual vistas, Cornelius experiences the quiet triumph that comes from successful matchmaking between reader and text. These letters also provide feedback that helps him refine his understanding of individual customers' needs and preferences. Sometimes a customer's reaction to a particular recommendation reveals previously unrecognized interests or prejudices that influence future suggestions. Occasionally, negative responses help him avoid similar mistakes and develop more accurate assessments of what different readers find appealing or objectionable. The shop's account books, meticulously maintained according to the careful business practices that his predecessor instilled, document the financial realities that underlie the romantic conception of bookselling as purely cultural activity. While Cornelius genuinely loves his work and derives satisfaction from its intellectual and social dimensions, he remains aware that commercial success provides the foundation that makes all other achievements possible. The economics of Victorian bookselling require careful balance between idealistic commitment to literary quality and practical recognition of market constraints. Books are expensive relative to most families' discretionary income, making each purchase a considered decision that must provide sufficient satisfaction to justify its cost. Publishers' pricing reflects not only production expenses, but also their need to recover development costs through limited print runs that may or may not find adequate markets. Cornelius must therefore balance his desire to stock the finest literature with recognition that commercial viability depends on maintaining inventory that appeals to actual rather than ideal customer preferences. Popular novels and periodicals provide the steady income that enables him to carry slower-moving titles of higher literary merit, while special orders for rare or unusual books generate the profit margins that support other aspects of the business. The seasonal patterns that influence retail trade generally affect bookshops, in particular ways that require careful planning and inventory management. Christmas creates demand for gift books, especially beautifully bound editions that serve decorative as well as literary purposes. Spring generates interest in gardening manuals and travel narratives as customers plan outdoor activities and summer journeys. Back-to-school periods increase sales of educational materials and children's books. But beyond these predictable patterns lie the more complex fluctuations created by cultural events, political developments, and social changes that influence reading interests in less systematic ways. A popular lecture series might create temporary demand for books on particular subjects, while news of distant conflicts or discoveries can generate interest in related geographical or scientific literature. Cornelius has learned to monitor these various influences and adjust his inventory accordingly, but he also maintains sufficient flexibility to respond to unexpected developments. His relationships with publishers and other booksellers enable him to obtain special titles quickly when circumstances create sudden demand, while his understanding of local reading habits helps him anticipate which broader cultural trends will influence his particular customer base. As the night reaches its deepest point and the candles burn ever lower, creating more intimate and mysterious lighting conditions, the bookshop settles into the profound quiet that characterizes the hours between midnight and dawn. The sounds of the surrounding town have faded to barely perceptible whispers, the distant footsteps of the night watchman, the occasional creak of settling timber, the soft murmur of the river flowing past the old mill. Within this cocoon of silence, the books seem to come alive in their own subtle way, as if the reduction of external distraction allows their internal energies to become more apparent. The leather bindings gleam in the candlelight like living skin, while the gilt lettering on spine titles catches and reflects light in ways that create the illusion of movement and consciousness. Cornelius moves through this enchanted landscape with the reverent appreciation of someone who has spent a lifetime learning to recognize and cherish the miraculous in the ordinary. Each book represents not only its author's individual achievement, but also the entire cultural infrastructure that enabled its creation, the educational systems that produced literacy, the economic conditions that supported publishing, the social values that encouraged intellectual and artistic expression. The weight of this accumulated human creativity and dedication creates an almost palpable presence in the midnight shop, as if the spirits of all the writers, printers, and readers who have contributed to the literary tradition have gathered to witness and bless the ongoing work of preservation and transmission. Cornelius feels himself to be part of this ancient procession, a temporary custodian of treasures that existed before his birth and will continue long after his death. This sense of historical continuity provides both humility and purpose to his daily work. He understands that his individual contributions are small within the vast sweep of literary history, but he also recognizes that the tradition depends on countless individuals who accept responsibility for preserving and sharing cultural treasures. Without booksellers like himself, the accumulated wisdom and imagination of centuries would remain locked away in inaccessible repositories, unable to influence contemporary life or inspire future creation. The philosophy that guides his approach to bookselling emphasizes service rather than mere commerce. While he must maintain financial viability to continue operating, his primary motivation involves facilitating the connections between readers and books that enable literature to fulfill its essential cultural functions. He sees himself as a matchmaker, whose success is measured not by profit margins, but by the satisfaction and enlightenment his customers derive from their purchases. This service orientation influences every aspect of his operation, from the careful selection of inventory to the patient assistance he provides to browsing customers. He stocks books not only because they are likely to sell, but because they represent valuable contributions to human understanding and artistic achievement. He arranges displays not merely to attract attention, but to introduce readers to possibilities they might not otherwise discover. His interactions with customers reflect this same commitment to service over salesmanship. Rather than pushing particular titles for commercial advantage, he listens carefully to customers' expressed and implied needs, drawing on his extensive knowledge of books and his understanding of individual preferences to suggest titles that will provide genuine satisfaction. Sometimes this approach leads to recommendations of less expensive books when they better serve customers' actual needs, and sometimes it involves directing customers to other sources when Thornfield books cannot provide what they seek. This reputation for honest dealing and genuine expertise has created a loyal customer base that provides the foundation for commercial success, while also justifying the idealistic commitments that make the work personally meaningful. Customers trust his recommendations because they know he bases them on knowledge and concern for their satisfaction, rather than purely commercial considerations. The trust relationship extends beyond individual transactions to encompass broader cultural influence. Regular customers often seek his opinions about literary controversies and cultural developments, recognizing that his extensive reading and professional perspective provide valuable insights into the significance of new books and emerging trends. These conversations, conducted across the shop counter or in the comfortable reading chairs scattered throughout the main floor, contribute to the ongoing community dialogue about ideas and values that shapes local intellectual life. As Cornelius completes his midnight circuit of the shop, making final adjustments to ensure everything is perfectly arranged for tomorrow's customers, he reflects on the peculiar satisfaction that comes from work that serves both practical and spiritual purposes. The physical tasks of dusting, organising and maintaining create tangible evidence of accomplishment, while the deeper purpose of preserving and transmitting cultural treasures provides meaning that transcends immediate practical concerns. The bookshop exists simultaneously as a commercial enterprise, cultural institution, and almost sacred space where the accumulated wisdom of centuries remains accessible to contemporary seekers. This multiplicity of functions requires constant attention to balance competing demands and maintain the delicate equilibrium that enables all aspects of the operation to flourish. The candles have burned down to create smaller but more intense pools of light that transform the familiar shop into something approaching the mystical. In this altered illumination, the books seem to glow with internal life, as if the stories and ideas they contain are eager to escape their paper prisons and enter into active dialogue with human consciousness. The silence deepens as the night moves toward its conclusion, creating conditions that seem especially conducive to contemplation and appreciation of the miraculous nature of written language itself. The ability of marks on paper to preserve and transmit human thoughts across time and space represents one of civilization's most remarkable achievements, enabling each generation to benefit from the accumulated experience and insight of its predecessors. Cornelius understands that his role as bookseller places him at the center of this miraculous process, serving as intermediary between the creative minds of authors and the receptive consciousness of readers. Every successful recommendation, every satisfied customer, every book that finds its way into grateful hands represents a small victory in the ancient human struggle against ignorance, isolation, and despair. The night's work draws toward its conclusion as the first faint suggestions of dawn begin to lighten the eastern sky, visible through the shop's front windows. The candles have provided faithful service throughout the long hours of darkness, their steady flames creating the perfect atmosphere for contemplation and careful work. Now, as natural light gradually reasserts its dominion, the artificial illumination seems less necessary and more ceremonial. Cornelius extinguishes the candles one by one, moving through the shop in reverse order of his earlier lighting routine. Each flame disappears with a soft sigh, releasing a final curl of fragrant smoke that mingles with the complex aromatic symphony of the bookshop atmosphere. The growing daylight reveals the results of the night's careful attention. Every book in its proper place, every surface clean and welcoming, every detail arranged to maximize the comfort and convenience of the day's customers. The transformation from mysterious midnight sanctuary to practical daytime business establishment occurs gradually but inevitably as natural light fills the space and reveals the shop in its ordinary but no less wonderful reality. The books that seem to pulse with supernatural life in the candlelight resume their patient waiting, ready to offer their treasures to anyone with the curiosity and commitment necessary to unlock their secrets. As the sun rises over Millbrook and the town begins to stir with the activities of a new day, Thornfield Books stands ready to continue its ancient mission of connecting readers with the stories and ideas that can enrich, enlighten, and transform human experience. The night's quiet work of preservation and preparation has created the foundation for another day of cultural service, another opportunity to participate in the endless conversation between past and present, between imagination and reality, between the solitary consciousness of individual readers and the collective wisdom of human civilization. Cornelius steps outside briefly to appreciate the morning air and observe the gradual awakening of his community. The cobblestone streets shine with dew that will soon evaporate under the strengthening sun, while the first early risers begin their daily routines. The baker's chimney already sends forth smoke that promises fresh bread for the day's meals, while the milkman's cart creates familiar sounds as it navigates the narrow lanes between residential areas. This peaceful scene represents the context within which the bookshop operates, serving a community of real people with genuine needs for intellectual nourishment and imaginative stimulation. The books that wait within the shop's walls will soon resume their active role in this community's life, providing entertainment, instruction, inspiration, and consolation to readers whose individual stories intersect with the larger narrative of human cultural development. The cycle begins anew as Cornelius returns to the shop's interior and prepares for the first customers of the day. Behind him, the knight's careful work ensures that everything stands ready for whatever literary adventures and discoveries await. The books rest patiently on their shelves, their stories intact and their wisdom available, ready to whisper their secrets to anyone with eyes to read and hearts to understand. The morning light streams through the windows, illuminating dust motes that dance in the air like visible spirits of all the stories waiting to be discovered. The bookshop breathes quietly in the growing light, a living repository of human dreams and achievements, tended by someone who understands that the preservation and sharing of a literature represents one of civilization's most essential activities. And so another day begins at Thornfield Books and Curiosities, where every sunrise brings new possibilities for connection between readers and the endless treasures of human imagination and wisdom. The night's whispered tales settle into memory, while the promise of fresh stories and discoveries draws the community once again into the ancient and eternally renewable magic of books. What stories would you like me to explore next? Perhaps tales from a Victorian railway station where travellers share their journeys, or the quiet mysteries of a countryside manor house where old secrets sleep in dusty libraries. Share your thoughts in the comments below and let me know where in the world these gentle stories are helping you find peace. Until our next whispered tale, may your dreams be filled with the soft rustle of turning pages and the comfort of stories that understand your heart. Sweet dreams, dear listeners. Let the bookshop's gentle magic carry you toward rest. As the morning light grows stronger and paints golden rectangles across the polished oak floors, Cornelius finds himself drawn back into the deeper recesses of his beloved sanctuary. The day has not yet fully claimed the shop from night's gentle embrace, and in this liminal hour between darkness and dawn, the books seem to whisper their most intimate secrets. He moves toward a section he has not yet visited during this night's journey, a corner alcove where the most personal and cherished volumes reside. These are not necessarily the rarest or most valuable books in monetary terms, but rather those that hold special significance in the shop's history and in Cornelius's own journey as guardian of this literary sanctuary. Here stands a modest shelf containing books that belonged to his predecessor, old Mr. Blackwood, whose gentle spirit seems to linger in the very grain of the wood and the weight of the carefully chosen volumes. Among these treasures is a leather-bound journal in which Blackwood recorded his thoughts about the books he loved most, creating a kind of intimate guide to the collection that has proven invaluable to Cornelius over the years. The journal's pages, yellowed with age and softened by countless careful turnings, contain observations that reveal not only a deep understanding of literature, but also profound insight into the human heart. Blackwood wrote about books the way others might write about dear friends, noting not only their objective qualities, but also the circumstances under which he discovered them, the customers who first requested them, and the ways they had influenced his own thinking and feeling. One entry, written in Blackwood's careful copperplate hand, describes his first encounter with a collection of metaphysical poetry that had arrived in a shipment from London. He writes of reading the verses by candlelight in this very spot, feeling as though the poets were speaking directly across the centuries to address his own questions about mortality, love, and the search for meaning in an often bewildering world. Another passage recalls the joy of introducing a young customer to her first novel by Jane Austen, watching as the girl's face transformed with the recognition that books could offer not only escape from daily concerns, but also deeper understanding of the complexities that make human relationships both difficult and rewarding. The customer had returned weekly for months, working her way through Austen's complete works, and then branching into other authors who shared similar insights into the intricacies of social interaction and emotional development. These personal reflections on the relationship between books and readers illuminate the deeper purposes that guide the work of any true bookseller. Beyond the commercial aspects of matching supply with demand lies a more fundamental mission: the facilitation of those miraculous moments when written words achieve perfect communion with receptive minds, creating understanding, comfort, and inspiration that can alter the course of individual lives. Cornelius has witnessed countless such moments during his own tenure as proprietor, each one reinforcing his conviction that books possess a kind of consciousness that enables them to seek out the readers who need them most urgently. Sometimes a customer will arrive seeking one particular title, but leave with something entirely different, a book that seemed to call out from the shelves with irresistible insistence, offering exactly the wisdom or consolation that the moment required. The phenomenon occurs too frequently to be dismissed as mere coincidence, and too purposefully to be explained as simple chance. Instead, it suggests a deeper principle at work, the idea that stories and ideas possess their own form of intelligence and agency, actively seeking opportunities to fulfill their essential purpose of communication and connection. This mystical dimension of bookselling becomes more apparent during the quiet hours when the shop stands empty of customers and the usual bustle of commerce gives way to contemplative silence. In such moments, the collection seems to reorganize itself, according to principles that have little to do with conventional cataloguing systems, creating new relationships and possibilities that emerge only when human expectations cease to impose artificial limitations on literary potential. Cornelius has learned to trust these mysterious reorganizations, often discovering that books have migrated to positions where they will be more easily noticed by customers who need them, or that previously separate volumes have arranged themselves in combinations that illuminate unexpected connections between different authors, subjects, or historical periods. The children's section, in particular, seems to possess this quality of benevolent self-arrangement. Books that might appear randomly distributed to casual observation reveal deeper patterns when examined more carefully. Adventure stories positioned to catch the attention of young readers, ready for more challenging narratives, while gentler tales remain accessible to those who still require the comfort of familiar themes and reassuring outcomes. The fairy tale collection occupies a special place in this magical geography, its volumes seeming to glow with accumulated enchantment from generations of young readers who have found within their pages the first intimations that literature can transport consciousness beyond the boundaries of immediate experience. These stories, refined by centuries of retelling and adaptation, represent humanity's most successful attempts to encode essential wisdom in forms that speak directly to the imagination. Each tale, whether it originates in the Germanic forests collected by the Brothers Grimm, the French salons transcribed by Charles Perrault, or the anonymous folk traditions of Britain and Ireland, carries forward fundamental insights about courage, kindness, perseverance, and the ultimate triumph of good over evil. The magical elements that might appear to represent mere fantasy actually serve as metaphors for psychological and spiritual truths that remain as relevant today as they were when these stories first emerged from the collective human unconscious. The presence of talking animals, magical transformations, and supernatural interventions reflects the deep human understanding that the world contains mysteries that cannot be fully explained through rational analysis alone. Children who encounter these stories during their formative years develop appreciation for the non-rational dimensions of existence that will serve them well when they face challenges that require not only logical thinking, but also intuitive wisdom and emotional resilience. Cornelius has observed that adults who return to fairy tales after years of exclusive engagement with more realistic literature often express surprise at discovering layers of meaning that escape their childhood comprehension. The simple narratives that once provided entertainment now reveal themselves as sophisticated explorations of fundamental human experiences, their apparent simplicity masking profound insight into the complexities of moral development and psychological growth. This quality of revealing new depths upon repeated encounter characterizes all truly great literature, from the most elaborate philosophical treatises to the most seemingly straightforward adventure stories. Books worth preserving and sharing possess an inexhaustible quality that enables them to speak differently to readers at different stages of their intellectual and emotional development, offering fresh insights and unexpected connections each time they are approached with genuine openness and attention. The poetry section exemplifies this principle of inexhaustible depth, housing volumes that have sustained careful readers through decades of regular attention without ever fully revealing all their secrets. The greatest poets achieve a kind of linguistic alchemy that transforms ordinary words into vehicles capable of carrying the most subtle and complex meanings, creating verses that seem to change their significance according to the reader's current needs and circumstances. A sonnet that provides comfort during periods of loss may offer entirely different insights when encountered during moments of joy or discovery. The same metaphorical language that illuminates questions about romantic love can also speak to spiritual yearning, artistic aspiration, or the search for philosophical understanding. This multiplicity of meaning results not from vagueness or ambiguity, but from the poet's ability to capture universal patterns that manifest themselves in countless particular situations. The Victorian poets who occupy a prominent place in the collection have proven especially adept at this kind of universal particularity, combining precise observation of contemporary life with timeless insights into human nature and divine purpose. Their work reflects the era's characteristic tension between scientific materialism and spiritual aspiration, creating verses that acknowledge the reality of physical existence while affirming the importance of transcendent values and ultimate meaning. Tennyson's In Memoriam, perhaps the period's greatest poetic achievement, exemplifies this balance between temporal concern and eternal perspective. The poem's detailed engagement with contemporary debates about evolution, geology, and biblical authority grounds it firmly in Victorian intellectual life, while its exploration of grief, faith, and the search for meaning speaks to universal human experiences that transcend any particular historical moment. The volume containing this masterwork shows the evidence of frequent consultation, its pages softened by countless careful readings and its margins marked with penciled notes that document various readers' attempts to grapple with the poet's complex vision. These marginal annotations, accumulated over decades of passionate engagement, create a kind of collaborative commentary that illuminates different aspects of the text while demonstrating the poem's capacity to inspire sustained reflection and analysis. Similar evidence of devoted readership marks many of the most treasured volumes in the collection, creating a palimpsest of human response that adds another layer of meaning to the original texts. The books become not only repositories of their author's thoughts and feelings, but also records of the ongoing dialogue between literature and life that constitutes the essence of cultural transmission. This dialogical quality becomes particularly apparent in the shop's collection of contemporary novels, where the most successful works demonstrate their author's ability to engage with current social and moral questions, while creating characters and situations that transcend immediate topical relevance. The best Victorian novelists achieve a kind of documentary accuracy about their contemporary world, while simultaneously exploring timeless themes that ensure their works' continued appeal to future generations. George Eliot's novels, represented by complete sets in both first editions and more affordable reprints, exemplify this achievement of temporal specificity and universal significance. Her detailed portraits of provincial English life during the early decades of the century provide invaluable insight into the social transformations that have shaped contemporary Victorian society, while her psychological penetration into character motivation and moral development offers wisdom that remains relevant regardless of changing external circumstances. The marginalia in well-read copies of Middlemarch and Silas Marner reveals the profound impact these works have had on multiple generations of readers, their penciled observations tracing the evolution of moral sensitivity and social understanding that has characterised the Victorian era's intellectual development. readers have used these novels not only as entertainment, but as guides for navigating the ethical complexities of modern life, finding in Eliot's compassionate realism both comfort and challenge. The relationship between literature and moral development represents one of the most significant themes in Victorian cultural discourse, reflecting the era's characteristic concern with character formation and social responsibility. Books are valued not only for their aesthetic achievements, but also for their capacity to influence behaviour and shape personality, creating a literary culture that takes seriously the ancient claim that stories possess the power to transform their audiences. This transformative potential explains the intense debates that surround controversial works and the careful attention paid to the moral tendency of popular literature. Parents, educators, and community leaders understand that reading habits established during youth will influence adult attitudes and behaviours, making the selection of appropriate books a matter of genuine social significance rather than mere personal preference. Cornelius has observed these concerns in his interactions with customers who seek guidance about suitable reading material for their children and young adults. The requests reflect not narrow-minded censorship, but rather thoughtful recognition that literature possesses genuine power to shape consciousness, and that this power should be exercised responsibly in service of positive human development. The shop's collection reflects this balance between literary quality and moral responsibility, offering works that challenge readers intellectually and artistically, while supporting rather than undermining the ethical foundations that enable civilized society to function effectively. The goal is not to eliminate controversy or difficulty from literature, but rather to ensure that challenging works are presented within contexts that promote constructive rather than destructive responses. The philosophy and religion sections serve this purpose particularly well, providing intellectual frameworks that enable readers to engage with complex and potentially disturbing ideas without losing their moorings in fundamental moral principles. The great philosophical traditions, whether ancient or modern, offer systematic approaches to understanding existence that can illuminate rather than threaten traditional sources of meaning and purpose. The theological works in the collection represent various approaches to reconciling religious faith with contemporary intellectual developments, demonstrating that serious engagement with modern ideas need not result in spiritual impoverishment or moral confusion. The most successful religious thinkers of the Victorian era have found ways to integrate scientific discoveries and historical insights with traditional Christian teachings, creating syntheses that strengthen rather than weaken spiritual conviction. These works serve readers who refuse to accept artificial divisions between intellectual honesty and religious commitment, seeking instead approaches that honour both rational inquiry and spiritual aspiration. The books provide evidence that faith and reason can work together productively when approached with sufficient patience, humility and goodwill, creating understanding that surpasses what either approach could achieve in isolation. As the morning sun climbs higher and begins to fill the shop with its golden radiance, the magical quality of the night hours gradually gives way to the practical concerns of daytime commerce. Yet something of the nocturnal enchantment lingers in the air, a subtle presence that will influence the day's activities even as attention turns to more mundane matters of buying and selling. The books themselves seem to retain memory of their midnight awakening, their spines catching and reflecting the morning light in ways that suggest continued awareness and expectation. They wait patiently for the customers who will soon arrive to browse their treasures and perhaps discover among them the particular volumes that will speak most directly to their current needs and circumstances. The first sounds of awakening commerce begin to penetrate the shop's tranquil atmosphere, as delivery wagons rumble over cobblestones and shopkeepers prepare to open their establishments for another day of service to the community. The baker's fresh loaves send forth aromas that mingle pleasantly with the bookshop's characteristic perfume of aged paper and leather, while the milkman's bells create a cheerful counterpoint to the deeper tones of the church clock marking the passage of morning hours. Soon the first early customers will arrive, perhaps Mrs. Patterson seeking the latest instalment of her favourite periodical, or young Master Timothy hoping to discover new adventures among the travel narratives and exploration accounts. Each visitor will bring fresh energy and purpose to the shop's atmosphere, transforming it from a private sanctuary into a public forum where ideas circulate and literary enthusiasms are shared and multiplied. But for now, in these final moments of solitary communion with his beloved collection, Cornelius savours the profound satisfaction that comes from work well done and purpose clearly fulfilled. The knight's careful attention to every detail of arrangement and maintenance has prepared the shop for whatever the day may bring, ensuring that each book rests in its optimal position to attract the attention of readers who will appreciate its particular contributions to human knowledge and imagination. The candles have long since been extinguished, their wax pooled in the brass holders that will be cleaned and prepared for another night's service. The natural light that now illuminates the shop reveals the collection in its daytime clarity, every volume visible and accessible, every section properly organised according to the logical principles that enable customers to navigate efficiently through the accumulated treasures of centuries. Yet beneath this practical organisation lies the deeper order that emerges only during the quiet hours when books can arrange themselves according to their own mysterious affinities and purposes. This hidden structure will continue to operate throughout the day, guiding customers toward discoveries they could not have anticipated, and creating the serendipitous encounters that transform routine shopping expeditions into genuine adventures of the mind and spirit. The River Mill Brook continues its eternal conversation with the landscape, its voice now clearly audible through the open windows as the sounds of night give way to the bustle of morning activity. The water's steady murmur provides a constant reminder of the natural rhythms that underlie all human endeavours, connecting the shop's literary mission to the larger cycles of growth, harvest, and renewal that govern both individual lives and cultural development. The town awakens fully around its treasured bookshop, its residents preparing for another day of productive activity that will be enriched and informed by their ongoing relationships with the ideas and stories housed within Thornfield Books' welcoming walls. The children will carry their newly acquired reading skills into classrooms where literature will help shape their understanding of themselves and their world. Adults will apply insights gained from their recent reading to the practical and moral challenges that constitute the substance of mature existence. And somewhere among the day's activities, new readers will discover for the first time the transformative power of books to expand consciousness, deepen understanding, and provide companionship that transcends the limitations of immediate social circumstances. These discoveries will create the enthusiasm and loyalty that sustain not only individual bookshops, but the entire cultural infrastructure that preserves and transmits humanity's greatest achievements from one generation to the next. The morning light grows stronger, banishing the last shadows of night and revealing the shop in its full daytime glory. Every surface gleams with careful maintenance, every book stands ready to offer its treasures to appreciative readers, every detail contributes to the atmosphere of welcome and possibility that makes Thornfield Books a true sanctuary for the human spirit. Cornelius moves through his domain one final time, making small adjustments that perfect the arrangement and ensure optimal conditions for the day's literary discoveries. His movements carry the satisfaction of completed work and the anticipation of fresh opportunities to serve the cause of learning and imagination that has given meaning and purpose to his entire adult life. The bookshop breathes quietly in the growing light, alive with accumulated stories and ready for new chapters in its own ongoing narrative of service to the community of readers who depend upon its resources and expertise. The night's gentle magic has prepared the way for another day of miracles, the daily miracle of minds meeting across centuries through the medium of written language, of solitary consciousnesses finding communion through shared engagement with literature's inexhaustible treasures. And so another dawn breaks over Millbrook's most treasured sanctuary, where every sunrise brings renewed promise that the ancient human love affair with stories will continue to flourish and grow, generation after generation, as long as there remain hearts capable of being moved by beauty and minds capable of being enlarged by truth. As the clock tower chimes 7 times across the awakening town, Cornelius makes his way to the shop's most secret treasure, a hidden alcove behind a false panel in the wall near the fireplace. This concealed space, known only to him and discovered quite by accident during his second year as proprietor, houses the most extraordinary collection of all. books that seemed to write themselves. The discovery had occurred on a particularly stormy night, much like this one, when lightning had illuminated the shop in strange, flickering patterns. As Cornelius had moved to secure a loose shutter, his shoulder had brushed against what appeared to be solid oak panelling. To his amazement, the wood had shifted slightly, revealing a narrow opening that led to a chamber no larger than a closet, but filled with volumes that defied conventional explanation. These books bore no publisher's marks, no dates of printing, no authors' names upon their title pages, yet their contents proved to be stories of extraordinary beauty and wisdom, tales that seemed to capture the very essence of human experience in language so pure and luminous that reading them felt like discovering fire for the first time. The handwriting varied from volume to volume, sometimes elegant copperplate, sometimes hasty scrawl, sometimes letters so perfectly formed they might have been carved by angels. Over the years, Cornelius had come to understand that these mysterious volumes were somehow connected to the shop itself, to the accumulated dreams and hopes of all the readers who had ever crossed its threshold. The stories they contained were not fantasies, but distillations of real human experience, transformed by some incomprehensible alchemy into narratives that spoke with the voice of truth itself. Tonight, as he opens the secret panel and withdraws one of these enigmatic treasures, the volume falls open to a story he has never encountered before, though the book itself has rested in this hidden chamber for as long as he has known of its existence. The tale begins with words that seem to shimmer on the page in the morning light. There once lived a keeper of stories who understood that books were not merely objects, but living beings with souls of their own. Each night, when the world grew quiet and the boundary between dream and waking thinned like morning mist, he would listen to their whispered conversations and tend to their secret needs. Cornelius reads on, his eyes widening with wonder, as he recognizes his own life reflected in the narrative, but transformed into something larger and more meaningful than mere autobiography. The story speaks of the sacred trust between bookseller and books, of the mysterious ways in which the right story finds the right reader at precisely the moment when it is most needed, of the invisible threads that connect all seekers of truth across the centuries. The tale continues to unfold as he reads, describing scenes he remembers from his own experience but imbued with significance he had never fully grasped. The elderly woman who had wept with gratitude upon discovering a volume of poetry that perfectly expressed her grief for a departed husband. The young man whose entire life had changed direction after encountering a philosophical treatise that answered questions he had not known how to ask. The child who had learned to read using a fairy tale that had somehow taught her not only to decipher letters, but to believe in magic. Each of these encounters, the story reveals, had been orchestrated by forces beyond human understanding, guided by the loving intelligence that inhabits all true literature and seeks always to heal, to comfort, to illuminate the darkness that so often surrounds the human heart. The bookshop itself served as a kind of temple, where these miraculous meetings could occur, its atmosphere charged with the accumulated power of countless literary communions. As Cornelius continues reading, the narrative begins to speak of the future, describing customers yet to come and books yet to be discovered. He sees a vision of the shop in years to come, still serving its essential mission but adapted to new circumstances and challenges. The specific details remain mysterious, but the underlying pattern is clear. As long as human beings need stories to make sense of their existence, there will be places like Thornfield Books to provide them. The story concludes with words that seem to be addressed directly to him. The keeper of stories need not fear the passage of time, for his true work exists outside the boundaries of mortal life. Every book he has placed in loving hands, every reader he has guided toward the story they needed most, every moment of wonder he has facilitated, all these achievements become part of the eternal library that exists wherever human consciousness encounters the transformative power of narrative truth. Cornelius closes the mysterious volume with trembling hands, understanding that he has been granted a glimpse into the deeper purposes that guide his seemingly simple work. The The books around him seem to glow more brightly in the morning light, as if approving of this revelation and welcoming him more fully into their ancient brotherhood of storytellers and story keepers. He returns the volume to its place in the hidden chamber and seals the panel, but the words he has read continue to resonate in his consciousness, like the lingering notes of a beautiful melody. The shop itself seems somehow different now, more alive, more consciously purposeful in its arrangement and atmosphere. The sounds of the awakening town grow stronger as Millbrook prepares for another day of commerce and community life. Cornelius hears the familiar voices of his neighbours greeting each other in the street, the clip-clop of horses' hooves on cobblestones, the gentle lowing of cattle being driven to market. These ordinary sounds of human activity create a comforting backdrop for the extraordinary revelation he has just experienced. Mrs. Pemberton's voice drifts through the window as she discusses the day's shopping plans with her cook. Their conversation, including a reminder to stop at Thornfield Books to inquire about a novel she's heard praised by her sister in London. The anticipation in her voice suggests that she expects this literary recommendation will provide more than mere entertainment. She seeks the kind of profound engagement that transforms reading from pastime into pilgrimage. Young Master Timothy's excited chatter can be heard as he passes the shop with his tutor, their discussion centred on a geography lesson that has sparked his curiosity about exploration narratives. His questions reveal a mind hungry for adventure and discovery, precisely the kind of intellectual appetite that the shop's travel collection has been assembled to satisfy. The vicar's wife calls a greeting to the postman, inquiring whether a package she expects from a religious publisher has arrived. Her gentle voice carries the hope that the books she has ordered will help her prepare for a series of charitable lectures she plans to deliver to the Women's Auxiliary, demonstrating once again how literature serves not only private contemplation but public service. These overheard fragments of conversation remind Cornelius that his work extends far beyond the walls of the shop itself. The books he sells become part of his customers' daily lives, influencing their thoughts, shaping their conversations, inspiring their actions in ways that ripple outward through the entire community. Every successful recommendation generates new discussions, fresh insights, and changed perspectives that contribute to the ongoing intellectual and moral development of Millbrook society. The church bells begin their morning call to worship, their bronze voices carrying across the town with messages of continuity and hope. The sound mingles with the bookshop's own subtle music, the whisper of pages turning in the morning breeze from the open windows, the gentle creak of wooden shelves settling into their daily positions, the almost inaudible hum of accumulated stories waiting to be discovered. Cornelius takes a final moment to survey his domain before unlocking the front door and officially beginning another day of service to the reading community. Every detail of the shop's arrangement reflects the knight's careful attention, from the perfectly aligned volumes on the front display table to the precisely positioned reading chairs that invite extended browsing. The morning light reveals the collection in all its carefully curated glory, each section flowing naturally into the next, each book positioned to maximize its chances of finding its ideal reader. As Cornelius moves toward the front door to begin another day of literary service, he carries with him the profound sense of purpose that the mysterious story has revealed. His work represents not merely commercial activity, but participation in one of humanity's most essential endeavours, the preservation and transmission of wisdom, beauty and truth through the medium of written language. The morning sun streams through the shop's windows with increasing. The street outside begins to show signs of increased activity as shopkeepers prepare for business, and early customers venture forth to begin their daily rounds. The milliner across the way arranges her window display with the same attention to aesthetic appeal that Cornelius brings to his literary presentations. The tea merchant next door tests the locks on his storage chests and checks the quality of his latest shipments from distant plantations. This community of merchants, each devoted to their particular specialty but united in their commitment to serving their neighbours' needs, creates the economic and social foundation that enables specialised establishments like Thornfield Books to flourish. The interdependence runs deeper than mere commerce. Each business contributes to the cultural atmosphere that makes Millbrook an attractive place to live and work. The bookshop occupies a unique position within this network of mutual support, providing intellectual nourishment that enhances the value of all other goods and services. The better-read members of the community make more thoughtful consumers, more engaged citizens, more interesting companions. Their literary sophistication elevates the general level of local discourse and creates demand for higher quality in all aspects of life. Brightness, banishing the last shadows of night and illuminating every corner of this sanctuary, dedicated to the celebration of human creativity and the nurturing of individual consciousness. The books seem to await the day's first customers with eager anticipation, their stories ready to spring into active life the moment they encounter receptive minds. A Cornelius turns the key in the lock and opens the door to Thornfield Books and Curiosities, welcoming another day of miracles disguised as ordinary transactions between seller and buyer, between story and reader, between the accumulated wisdom of the past and the endless possibilities of the future. The gentle bell above the doorway chimes its welcoming note, announcing to all of Millbrook that the Keeper of Stories stands ready once again to facilitate the ancient and eternally renewable magic of books finding their way into the hands and hearts of those who need them most. The day begins, as all days should, with infinite promise and the quiet certainty that somewhere among these carefully tended volumes, perfect matches await discovery between curious minds and the stories that will speak most directly to their deepest needs and highest aspirations. The first customer to cross the threshold is Miss Hermione Blackthorne, arriving precisely as the clock tower chimes 8 o'clock. Her punctuality reflects not mere habit, but genuine eagerness to begin another day of intellectual exploration. She carries with her a small leather satchel containing notes from her previous evening's reading, prepared to discuss the philosophical implications of a treatise on natural selection that Cornelius recommended the week before. "Good morning, Mr. Weatherby," she says, her voice carrying the musical quality that makes her such an effective teacher. "I find myself quite transformed by Professor Huxley's arguments, though I confess they have raised as many questions as they have answered." Cornelius smiles, recognizing the familiar pattern of genuine learning, the way new understanding creates not certainty, but deeper appreciation for the complexity of existence. "The mark of a truly valuable book, Miss Blackthorne. It should leave us not with answers, but with better questions." As they discuss the intricate relationship between scientific discovery and spiritual understanding, other customers begin to arrive. Mrs. Patterson enters with her customary gentle manner, seeking comfort in familiar authors after a difficult week tending to her ailing mother. Dr. Morrison stops by between house calls, hoping to find something that might help him understand the psychological dimensions of the physical ailments he treats with increasing frequency. Each visitor brings their own particular needs and circumstances, but all share the fundamental human hunger for stories that illuminate experience and provide companionship on the often lonely journey of consciousness. Cornelius greets each one with the warm attention of someone who understands that selling books means participating in the most intimate aspects of human development. The morning light continues to strengthen, filling the shop with golden radiance that seems to emanate not only from the sun but from the books themselves, as if the stories they contain are eager to burst forth and find expression in the world of active human engagement. The day's first transactions begin, not mere exchanges of money for merchandise, but sacred ceremonies in which stories pass from one guardian to another, carrying with them all the accumulated power of human imagination and wisdom. Young Master Timothy arrives with his pocket money carefully counted, determined to purchase the exploration narrative that has captured his imagination through Cornelius's enthusiastic description. The boy's eyes shine with anticipation as he contemplates the adventures that await him, the distant lands he will visit through the magic of written language, the courage he will discover within himself as he accompanies intrepid explorers through dangers both real and metaphorical. The shop fills gradually with the gentle murmur of conversation, the whisper of pages being turned by browsing customers, the soft footsteps of readers moving from section to section in pursuit of literary treasures. Each sound contributes to the symphony of intellectual activity that transforms the space from mere repository into living community centre where minds meet and ideas flourish. As the morning progresses and the sun climbs higher in the clear autumn sky, Cornelius reflects on the profound privilege of his calling to serve as guardian and distributor of humanity's greatest achievements, to facilitate the meetings between seekers and the wisdom they seek, to participate daily in the miracle of consciousness expanding through contact with other consciousness. What greater purpose could any single life encompass? The Hidden Chamber's mysterious books seem to whisper their approval through the concealed panel, their presence adding another layer of magic to the shop's already enchanted atmosphere. The stories that write themselves serve as a reminder that literature possesses its own form of life and intelligence, that the relationship between reader and text involves genuine communion between living spirits, rather than mere consumption of passive entertainment. And so, Thornfield Books and Curiosities continues its eternal mission. One day at a time, one customer at a time, one perfect match between story and reader at a time. In this quiet corner of a peaceful town, in this sanctuary built from oak and dreams and the accumulated hopes of countless seekers after truth, the ancient conversation between human consciousness and the stories that define and refine it carries forward into another day of infinite possibility. The gentle bell above the door continues to chime its welcome to each new visitor, its bronze voice echoing the deeper music that emerges whenever human beings gather in the presence of great books. Outside, the River Millbrook murmurs its approval of this daily renewal of literature's timeless promise, while inside, the Keeper of Stories tends his sacred trust with the devotion of one who understands that some callings transcend the boundaries of individual existence and connect us to the eternal rhythms that govern all meaningful human endeavour. What stories shall we explore together next, dear listeners? Perhaps the gentle mysteries of a Victorian garden where ancient roses hold secrets of generations past, or the quiet adventures of a lighthouse keeper whose beacon guides both ships and stories safely to shore. Share your dreams in the comments below and tell me where in the world these whispered tales are bringing you comfort and peace. Until we meet again in the realm of gentle stories and peaceful dreams, may your rest be filled with the soft rustle of turning pages and the comfort of knowing that somewhere, in a shop much like Thornfield Books, stories wait patiently for the readers who need them most. Sleep well, dear friends, and let the bookshop's eternal magic carry you gently toward the sweetest of dreams. That's where our story settles tonight. Are you dozing beneath the soft glow of Seoul City lights, the hushed forests of Vancouver, the ancient quiet of Athens, or the rhythmic waves of Bora Bora? If this tale brought you comfort, like the episode and subscribe for more peaceful escapes. Let the hush of night surround you. Let your dreams take flight. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this vast and whispering world.